After around 3 weeks, I think, yet another update. I mainly just wanted to make a video or a stream because there, well, has been too long. I don't want to forget these tools and this environment. But yeah, another 3 weeks. I checked the 3-hour video that I made 3 weeks ago, and some things changed. So I thought I didn't remove music completely, at least. I still watched some music videos. And the interesting thing is, I don't remember. So 3 weeks was so long ago. I have made a lot of self improvements, changes to myself. So I have forgotten. That is a common theme when doing so much changes, that I just forget how I was even 3 weeks ago. I heard that I mentioned the decision to stop making private vlogs 3 weeks ago, but yeah, I don't remember that decision because I think quite quickly after that video I made yet another private vlog, and I have made this for over 10 hours worth, I think 15, even more. But now I'm again in the same situation where I have decided to let go of this for good. And I wondered how many times I have made this same decision over the years. I think it might be close to 10. But now well, I have always gotten closer to actually doing it. Now it seems like this is the final. So, what happened during the next 3 weeks or this last 3 weeks? Well, I had a second personal tension moment. And then a ton of improvements, going through emotions, changing them, and just leveling up. I have made some work, good progress on my thesis, and then pretty good progress on Gamifying Politics project. But all of those I have discussed on private vlogs, especially the improvements. So I'm not going to go over them here now. Maybe in the future, if I have time and I see some value in doing so, I can go through all the videos I have made and then publish them on YouTube or somewhere else. So people who would be interested to see how I personally made the developments, that material is there. Right now, I have around 5 weeks left to do the thesis, and this GameFam Politics project is very easy to do. It's fun and there isn't any clear deadline. But the thesis work, I marked here a few hours, which I would assume I didn't start that or hadn't started that yet back then. Right now, I think I have marked 15 to, well, at least 15 hours more. Not not a lot, but the thesis have given me a lot of pressure to think about my future, what I want to do, and very often when I start to think that I want to do some sort of self-improvement on the matter and also think in general. So it's not about the thesis itself, it's about bigger things. And that's kind of the main focus on this video that I sort of planned on going through. One of the most difficult things about the thesis for me has been the unknown of how should I do it correctly. This is the most difficult project that I have ever been involved with because I'm doing this alone. Of course, I can use my supervisor to ask questions and get clarifications, but I shouldn't because the problems are not in details or the actual work. They are just in my own emotions, behavior, work habits. So what this thesis has required from me is, let's try to visualize something. So at least research where to get research papers, also reading research papers. That's very difficult, mainly because I spend too much time on the wrong research. What I did was I basically just searched WebXR on Scopus website and found there was 174 research papers that contain the word WebXR, which was very small amount, but still, if I were to read all of them, it would take a long time. I picked around 140 maybe papers from there, just from the abstract. But the main problem was that I hadn't defined the questions. what were the research questions? What do I want to know? It felt like, or not like, it felt that I was acting, which I think is the concept that I have talked about before. Not controlling life, self. Yeah, I especially with thinking, how I act thinking, and then yeah, it doesn't work. Here as well, here also that happened. I didn't want to think about the research questions because then I would need to be aware of the whole thesis, every feeling that's connected there. Feeling regarding just school in general, studying, which has been very difficult for me over the years because of the acting, that I act like I do, like I have a goal in life, which I haven't had. So, so this defining the questions was the problem that I still haven't fully done. I have kind of done it, but haven't continued from this point because I found or got excited to just do general development and not continue the thesis with the old working habits, processes. This is a very good opportunity to grow, and that actually, yeah, now reminded me of something I did also. Yeah, I think it was, yes, it came from this thesis and that research. What are my roles? What, not roles, wait, modes, let's say, yeah. I have been talking about the leader mode, then developer, developer mode. That these are, or that developer mode is sort of my goal. But then during these last 2 months, I have been focusing on the leader because that has been the problem, that I would like to be the developer, but the decision on what to do doesn't come from anyone, or hasn't come from outside. So I have needed to grow this leader part of me to decide what to do. And there comes this idea and want to help people, humanity. That's the reason why I work. But during that thesis, emotion handling work, I realized that there are other modes that I can do. Actually, no, these roles were before. Okay, before the rows that, well, I can, yeah. Researcher. That was what came from the thesis work, thinking about it. But before that, there was organizer, and artist. So organizer and artist came before researcher. Especially organizer. This was very interesting discovery, because I have had problems with the leader mode. The leader mode, to recap how I think about this, is that, was it 7? So I'm here, and as I use the IRAC, that's Polytron, I sort of imagine some 2D plane canvas which I can use to kind of go back and forth with ideas. The problem with the leader has been that I haven't been able to define these options. Very difficult. And why is that? It's because whenever I start to clean the IRAC, or which represents my life, it's too difficult. And the leader, for the leader, because leader just wants to think about the options and make decisions. Very simple. It doesn't want to do this kind of clean. If this is the boss, it doesn't want to clean the rooms, organize meetings. It just, yeah, wants them done. So this organizer, I realized that if I think about myself or go into this organizer mode, that can do all of this. And then this might be an indicator that I'm going insane, but that decision I made over 3 years ago, that if I go insane, that's okay. But now if I think about the same, I don't need to create a new one. Actually, if I think about the same setup, that I'm here, or let's write it down, a leader. And it's very difficult to define the options. I created this mode where I combine 2 modes. I brought this organizer to this conscious state. And this was very interesting. Going back and forth with these modes. Do I feel like there are multiple people inside me? No. But as I have kind of used the IRAC, and also I'm now talking just with myself, thinking by myself, or kind of with myself, thinking aloud, it's just similar. But because it's the the goal of this leader, the purpose it's very clear, very defined. That it just wants to think about the options and make decisions, nothing else. Then I kind of act like that. But hey, I don't want to do anything else. But I if I think about myself as an organizer, then it has a different job. Its job is to make life easy for the leader. So yeah, this is very interesting discovery that I could just go or think about this problem from the viewpoint of the organizer. And then it kind of became interesting that I thought this through organizer, and then I kind of asked, what's the problem? And then the leader said he can't choose because it doesn't know what are the options. So the organizer took that response back, and then I started to go through what are here, what are the options, bring them here, and then I was kind of able to do the decisions because now I had the options, or the organizer kind of rationalized what even was the goal. Why would I even need to have all the possible options that I could think of, where I could spend the infinity amount of time coming up with them? So the result was that hey, if I can just think of 3 options right now, I will make the decision based on them and not think about what there could be. And that made life much easier for the leader. And this kind of interaction process was initialized. And then the organizer role, super important. This has been missing from my life. At least at this stage it was, because I thought about this with an analogy of a family, kind of very very classic. No, I don't want to make that sort of very what is it? Conservative. Conservative family. This is the dad, this is the mom, this is the boy, this is the girl. If I think about these roles, who is the leader? It's not really anymore, but this has been. So I just thought that these modes kind of felt like this image of the old way. But of course nowadays it's very very even, which is, or should be. But leader represents the dad. developer represents the son, organizer represents the mom, and artist represents the girl. And I have wanted to do these two, or actually this. So I wanted to be a developer. And then I realized, hey, where do I get or the direction, the goals, targets? I built this, but this dad in this example is very, very dumb. He just wants to make decisions, but he doesn't know anything. He isn't really running the company. He just he happens to be in power just because of old customs. But the organizer. So I built this mode, and it feels like, well, this is really the one who runs everything. In this example, the leader was very simple. I wanted to make decisions, but couldn't find the decisions. The house was too messy, and because the leader doesn't spend time in the house, it doesn't know wherever everything is. It just wastes time most of the time. But the organizer, she knows where everything is. She has interest on organizing and managing. And the artist, I haven't explored any or started to explore. But yeah, this was quick recap of how I thought about this and these roles. Right now, I have just used the leader organizer, and the idea is to go towards developer, artist, but also researcher. And here, the researcher was just the first one. When I thought about this researcher, I wanted to think about if I can come up with other modes as well. And I created a friend, fool, and teacher. 8 should be, yes. So 8 modes. I could create kind of the original one, which is observer. But this is automatic for me. I have done this my whole life, so that's not difficult. So I'm not going to develop anything, or I don't need to do anything to beat this. It's very easy. But yeah, I created this other modes as well. Friend, fool, teacher. Are they necessary? Do I use them, or will I use them similarly as I use these two, for example? Probably not, but I was just thinking about life, my goals, and this researcher was interesting. Very similarly to this leader. I don't know if I have talked about this on another stream, but what has been the main focus on this leader has been that when I think about other leaders, I think, I'm not sure if I went through this. but it's basically self-confidence around others. If there are very high authority persons, people around, do I feel inferior? Do I feel anxious to go to have a talk with them? Do I start to panic or overthink possible conversations or interactions with them? That's very natural, but I don't like it. So, big part of becoming a leader or developing this mode has been to overcome that idea of becoming pressured or stressed out to go to anyone and have a chat, start talking, keeping my ground. Similarly to researcher I discovered during this thesis process when I went through the research papers and figured out the problem that I haven't really even formed the questions on what exactly is that I want to find an answer from the research. That is step one of every guide, and I haven't followed that. Someone can be a great leader, and great in a sense that they have authority, they have the confidence, the skills to make speeches. Donald Trump can be seen as very simple leader. He doesn't have the skills, but he has the confidence. And some people listen to him. Many people have to listen to him. So he's an example of a leader. What about researcher? If I had a confidence of a leader, would I feel that I have the same confidence if I were with researchers? If I made the thesis and showed this work or discussed my thesis with real researchers or scientists, would I feel good, or would that cause any emotions, any anxiety, stress? And the answer was yes. Even if I have leader confidence at the level of great world leaders, it doesn't mean that I would have the same confidence here, because with the thesis, I'm kind of trying to do it correctly. I'm trying to be seen as smart or something. I don't know. Really, I don't care, but this is mainly all about the subconscious state, and that cares. So then that's why I thought that, hey, I want to become a researcher, because I asked myself, am I a researcher? Do I have that mindset? The answer was clear no, I didn't. That's why I didn't start the thesis correctly. I have always just acted like I know something. I have acted on school projects. Or, okay, it's not really an acting because I have, of course, been correct many times, and I have understood complex topics. I have made great suggestions and that and so on. So it's not acting, but it, on subconscious level, it has been acting. In the bigger picture, it has been acting. I have and then acting, and then in those moments where I have a problem in front of me, I'm reading it, and then just understanding the context, I have been able to come up with answers. But the whole mindset has been just, I don't know what I'm doing. So yeah, researcher, these modes and the confidence, the decision to become a researcher, that's for development. That I ask myself, do I want to continue being an imposter? That with this thesis, for years, I have thought about school, everything I do, just temporary. That I don't want to think about this. I just want to get it over with. But if I ask the question, what's then? I don't know. I haven't wanted to think about what's after. So, of course, if my mindset and attitude is like that, then I didn't do this correctly. I'm very simple in some sense that okay, I know every person is, this is natural, that I need to have a very clear goal, what I'm aiming for, why am I doing things like I am doing them. And when I thought about this, I first automatically felt the pressure that I need to do the thesis, and then I felt that I wasn't doing this correctly. I was reading the research papers, but it didn't feel right. So then I just thought, okay, how could I do this differently? But still on the mindset that this is just temporary. But then when I kind of discovered this, okay, what is the correct way, which was emotionally difficult, or okay, not easy. It wasn't difficult. Nothing is difficult anymore, but not easy. I started to think in bigger picture, that why am I just making the bare minimum here and developing myself just enough to do the thesis. That wait, that isn't this something I want to do in the future as well? That I have talked about how my work will be kind of or very similar to this. That I will do research on different topics and then make my notes about them and then present my ideas or just those research ideas. Try to inform others, teach them. The process is very similar, that I have some goal and then finding sources. It might be research papers or it might be just some articles, some YouTube videos. But anyways, so I will do this later. The question is, am I ever going to kind of decide to become good at it? And not just this, that I will do the bare minimum just for this purpose. Then I decided that I want to become good at it. And this is very, at least for me, it's a big thing to set this as a target, that I want to think myself as a researcher, as an artist, as an organizer. And that's the first step, kind of. Then I can further define how good the best researcher, the best artist. For me, that's not that important right now, but only the first definition that I could call myself a researcher. That's huge step, because then I can use that target to develop. So whenever I do some research, I can ask myself, hey, is this how a real researcher, proper researcher does this? Writes notes or looks for references, I don't know. And if the answer is no, then I have failed. Realizing failure or doing wrong something is super important to develop. Very often I have felt bad when I wake up, let's say at 9 a.m. and then I'm not able to start working until 12. This has occurred many times in my life. When I have tried to kind of ask why this happened, at some point a few years ago, I realized that I don't feel like I failed. So even though I have that feeling that something went wrong, if I ask or think deeper, I never even set a plan. It was just kind of nice to have. I wished I was able to start working at 9, but I didn't set any goal. I didn't say to myself last night or night before that I make a decision to wake up at 9. Because if I had made that decision, then the next day when I failed, it would feel like a failure and I could learn from it. But because I haven't, or if I haven't defined the goal, then anything anything bad I do, I can't define as a failure and learn from it. Because then it just, hey, this was meant to be or something. Yeah, this is not important. What am I even talking about? Already 45 minutes. That's fine. Define the research questions. So right now, as I said, I again made this decision. I ascended, was it 2 weeks ago? Second time. I'm not going to talk about that now. My control over my life, over myself, has improved greatly. That music I kind of removed 3 weeks ago. I still have listened to music a few times, but when I go out, now I have pretty much replaced music with podcasts. I have been listening to this Finnish podcast or videos about startups. Yesterday, I woke up and played an hour and a half or 2 hours. Checking. Am I using Edge? See if I have anything on Firefox. Gemini. All right. I played this. Diablo Immortal. Is this the gameplay? Kind of, but it's bad. Isn't there any? Okay, this is better. No. Come on. This? Wait, this? Yeah, this is my... It looks like my character even. Good. Open in a new tab. I played Diablo Immortal a little bit on my phone. It was nice, but why did I do that? I did it because I was avoiding real things like I usually do. And yes, it gave me some ideas. I have used that as an argument that, hey, I'm interested in gamification, mobile capabilities, information, kind of layouts and everything, but no, this was just purely avoidance. Because if I ask myself, if I try to think how much I enjoyed this, it's not very much. Similarly, yesterday when after that I uninstalled it from my phone, I started to think about, well, my life as usual. and other things I do to avoid real things. One example is my mind tries to fool me to think I'm tired, which is not true. I suddenly start to crave food a lot, and because I'm on a diet, that affects that feeling, amplifies it, but it's just for avoidance mostly, that feeling. And then K-pop music videos, I felt the need to watch those, but every time I do or I did, I thought about why am I watching the music videos for. I went through everything that, yeah, it's just for habit. It's just a great way to avoid the real things. I went through, and yesterday I had already decided to wait. Was I? Now I don't even remember if I made any private vlog yesterday. Maybe I did. Yes. Yeah. Yesterday I did private vlog. Last one, hopefully. After this disaster. I'm very pleased to say this was a disaster, even if it lasted a couple of hours and a few hours on another day, because a few years ago, similarly, getting into some game would have cost me weeks. So a few hours there and there is not a problem. But yes, I just went over why I don't need private vlogs anymore. Yeah, I can mention that my resolution was that the biggest argument for starting a video private vlog has been documentation. I have felt that I wanted to document my ideas, my thoughts, my progress, in case it would bring value to someone in the future. But I feel like that's really not necessary anymore. It doesn't bring that much value, and it might never bring any value if I don't get to that point of going through the videos and editing them and putting them to YouTube and anyone to care. AI is still, or is kind of an argument that I could just give all of my videos to AI and it could create very informative videos or texts based on my or own discoveries and improvements. It could show the progress very well, maybe in next 10 years, 20 years. But mainly I decided that even if it would bring some value to some people, I have already showcased my processes, so I didn't make any new or I haven't used any new ways to process my feelings, change my subconsciousness, level up, upgrade, self-improve. But instead it has just been specifics. And I might remember them in the future, I might not. But I decided that that point argument was no longer good enough. That it's holding me back. These vlogs have held me back. Because every time I start to do something, in similar way, I'm now doing this stream to no one currently. This is some part of me, lazy part of me, won and used an argument that, hey, I want to kind of document or just do an update video instead of starting to or continuing the thesis gamifying politics project. But yes, I went through the negatives, the positives. The positives still are that it's by far the most or easiest way to start a video and then get into deep topics. But if I wanted to do it more efficiently, it's just on a way or in a way that I need to explain everything, that it's very slow to go from topic to topic compared to just thinking in head. Why did I talk about this? Maybe it was just an example of things I have done. I kind of lost my thought where I end up. Why did I end up here again? This situation. Moving forward. Oh yeah, maybe I went over my life on deep level. This was a huge thing for years, over 4,000 hours. You could say this or this has been the biggest habit I have had. I start these videos. So taking that away felt huge and kind of empty. Can I visualize it somehow? I want to translate there. Can I just remove all of this? Meta Connect, Handbrake, video transcoder. Wait, what? For what? I don't know. I don't think there is anything. Okay. What? Vestibule? What? Never heard of it. Huh? Where's AI? Sure. Just quickly checking if I have anything here I can't show or I don't want to. Gemini is not working correctly. I can't delete chats. Let me put it on full screen mode. Okay, better. Yes, delete. Yeah, it's mainly just embarrassing if anything, which is of course fine. It's nice. So what is wait. Entryway. Okay, entryway. I remember thinking about this years ago and coming up to a conclusion that there isn't really an equivalent to eteinen which is used similarly in English. So entryway, I think that's the best one. So let's say this is this is me. Can I? And then there are doors. Like this. And there are different stuff here. This is fun. So when I go here, or this is an entryway or hallway, something. It's a crossroad. I decide what to do here. This is what the leader should do, or this is where the leader comes along. That in these situations, I decide what to do. But the thing is that if there is enough external pressure, I don't need to. I don't need to make the decision myself. I can just move somewhere. And most of the time, I haven't spent any time here and just went for fun. And then, if enough pressure, went for work. This is often not very, or this is not comfortable place to be at. And what I mean by coming here is that I have done something I have been away and then come home. What do I do? Or I wake up. I wake up and then I have to decide, hey, what will I do? On most mornings, I don't make any decision. I just move by habit. These private vlogs have not been kind of anywhere here. It's not a room, but it's sort of an alternative. Or yeah, let's say that this part is just a map. Wait, no. I don't know what I did, but this is just a map. And this is what it was before, almost 4 years ago. But then I discovered this, that hey, I can just start a video and from there I can make a decision on what to do. So this has been a way for me to do more, to discover myself, self-improve, and get myself at least closer to the real work. But now I decided to remove that. So kind of go back to this state. This has always been there as well. So some days I use this, but then I have liked to think my thoughts aloud and make vlogs. So this has become very used and regular habit. But now I'm at this stage again, that I can't just make a video, and this is very difficult place to be at, because talking aloud, thinking aloud, it makes it possible to focus very well compared to this. Whenever I'm here, it's very tempting to just start doing something, and very uncomfortable to be at this stage. That's why I have very often just jumped back to making private vlogs and talking aloud. So now when yesterday I decided to, again, hopefully for the last time, to just use this, it raised all the questions of how am I able to do this. Many times I felt the same arguments and what is it, temptations to go for fun, to start watching videos to start playing a video game. So in this stage or in this section, you, you get all the memories of, hey, I would like to do a puzzle. I would like to learn chess. I would like to learn an instrument. I would like to try a new cooking recipe. Everything, every avoidance is very, very much here. And previously, I haven't been able to manage that. And all kinds of arguments or temptations. One example is that if I can stay here like 30 minutes, I can fight against the urge to just do some fun. I get this feeling of, hey, I have made great progress today. Now I can enjoy. I can watch some show or something. That's a temptation. And I was able to hold back for hours longer than I have never been before, which was great. But during this time, I needed to go over, hey, what am I doing in my life? What are the reasons why I restrict myself from playing video games, from watching TikTok, enjoying music, K-pop, art, social interactions. I have this obsession, kind of, with this life work. What I was thinking, looking around, why am I sleeping on the floor? Why am I eating less food that I would like to, and not very tasty food? I like it, but of course, it's not comparable with sweets or bread. Bread is something I haven't eaten. I don't remember when I ate bread. Anyways, I have removed sort of joy from my life. And of course, because I'm very, very much aware, conscious, I need to rationalize, why am I doing all of this? What is the motivation? What is the meaning of life? That sort of stuff. So I again went deep, tried to analyze, what do I even want to do? Has it changed? And I think at least I got an updated look, feel. Maybe it changed a little bit. Let's see if I have created that. Death. Okay, this is not the one I was looking for. Controlling life. No. Do I have... What is my goal in life? Well, I might have it somewhere, but if I don't, I will just process. No, that's different. Yeah, maybe I don't. Or I have it somewhere else. Was R rectangle? Yes. Good. I can't write there yet. Help humanity. This is one of the core. I think I have said this was the core target for me. That I just get enjoyment out of seeing people happy. And it bothers me, not huge amount, but still it bothers me if people aren't happy and I could do something. But this is not really the biggest motivation. Three things I thought about. That deep needs or wants, what I want to do, are basically these ones. Do I want to control? Do I need to control? Yes. I just need to understand what I'm doing, where the motivation comes from. That's why I couldn't do much before I worked out the reality, the life, the universe, my life, biology, human. So that's definitely something I need. This is not, I really don't care about controlling others, but just myself, my own life. I need to know if I do something, why I do it. And I'm very curious to control this biological being, my brain. When I do emotion work, I control, I change that. So this is something I enjoy doing in this life of mine. The other one is work. And this is interesting one because I haven't worked that much. So how do I know this is something I care about? Let's keep it that way. It's just from experience and hunger for work. I like coding. I like problem solving a lot. And a lot of video games I have played, they are sort of work that I'm trying to figure out how to do something, how to efficiently or improve or test or something. So I want to work, and this has been my main motivator to change my life in the course of almost 4 years. I have kind of prepared myself to work. And I'm sure some people see this negatively or negatively see work in their lives, but for me, it's not. I have sort of thought that it's weird that I'm sacrificing normal joy for work, but it just, yeah, I like doing this. And then helping humanity. This has been an odd one because, yeah, the sun is kind of bothering, but let it bother me. Helping humanity. I have kind of thought that this was the core goal, main goal, but it's not. This really is not the core or main goal of mine. But it's very much connected to this. I think I'm explaining things that I have explained before, but anyways, I went through this yesterday, so I will recap it. That work is the main goal, and kind of control as well. That I can't live without control, without understanding what I do, without controlling my body, my life. This is necessity, but work is the second. I want to work. I'm not interested. I'm on entertainment or the way I have been interested in it. K-pop or music, video games, movies, TV series, books, stories. They are just boring at this stage. Having normal conversations with people, maybe, or I'm sure it will come back in some ways, but at this stage I feel the pressure that I have lived enough doing nothing and not being able to work, that I want this. So right now I don't care about normal friendships a lot. Of course, I wouldn't mind spending time with people, just hanging out, but I think I will oppose that. I want to I want to understand them. I want to get something out of them, or at least see improvements, development. But just hanging out just to know some facts that they went there. It was nice. It doesn't add much value because this is bothering me. This is bothering me so much that I can't focus. But yeah, the question: what work would I like to do? That, or for answer for that is this: that even though it's not the biggest, most important goal, it's still it is a goal of mine. And this observer comes very deep is the strongest, maybe will always be the strongest mode part of me, my character, that I just like observing. I like to enjoy the world through others' joy, that sort of stuff. That joy that I can feel when thinking of helping others, humanity, is very, or comes from the core. But it's the work, feeling of wanting to work is bigger. But yes, it hasn't changed, but now I kind of think this differently, that especially when I compared, when I was here, I got all those temptations. I realized how large habits they have become just to choose fun. There I realized that what was the direction that I was always heading towards. It wasn't this isn't anything or any doing. This isn't a verb, or I can't do this, help humanity. What does it mean? So this is just concept. This is actual work. This is something I can do. And here I need to have something to replace the, well, the fun, whatever is fun, with something. And that's work. That's the concrete stuff which has, well, a lot of things inside it. Organizing, coming up with ideas, or writing a report, editing a video, testing something, communicating with people. The topics, and the aim with that work comes from here. What do I want to achieve? But this is just that. It gives the direction of what work I will do. How I test if that work is good. Can I do more? But this is the actual this is the actual life. This is just the content. And I don't care about this that much. It's important, yes, but but to think in this sense, smaller scale, concrete steps, that hey, I'm waking up. What do I do? Do I think about helping humanity, or what? What are the concrete stuff? There, this comes along. So creating work habits, meditation might be one which is very used, that many high achievers might wake up, meditate. By meditation, they would empty their minds and open up all the possibilities of that day. So now my mindset has kind of switched from helping humanity to work. That first I want to do this, and I'm replacing all the normal fun with this. This is supposed to be, this will be my fun, how I enjoy this life, this reality. Also, wait, try Google Gemini. Ah, I closed it. But as I was playing the Diablo Immortal, I thought how I'm kind of seeing the life as a game, but that it really is. Life is a game, the ultimate game, and every video game is based on life, so that must be true. It's just that many people, or you need to have patience, and because in real life you play with your own, or you have just one character, and these automatic feelings, emotions that most people are not capable or in a position to kind of control their lives, control their emotions. So this real game is not that fun. Maybe they live in a country like China where people aren't totally free, they have restrictions. I don't know. This decision has been an odd one because it's so different from what others want from life. It's this is what I talked about previous or 3 weeks ago, how I have just lately started to really understand and come in terms with the fact that yes, I'm not normal. Who defines, who says what is the correct life? What is the best way to live? Where does entertainment come from? What is that? Is it really something we should want, or that should be included in our lives, and why? If you think about this logically, yes, or consciously, it's quite clear that okay, that there isn't really, life is meaningless in the end. There isn't real right or wrong way, but subconsciously, because the norm is that people have very similar ideas of what is the perfect life, what is a good life. That affects even me. And I start to wonder if it's even possible to have this sort of life. So only now that I have fully started to embrace my oddness, uniqueness, that I have started to become in terms with this sort of vision that it's mostly just because most people live other way that I feel that this shouldn't work. I'm doing something wrong. It's not easy to come up with your own way, own motives to live going against norms. But the subconscious voice or question whether I can see work as the best enjoyment, that has been there, just questioning subconsciously. And I have doubted myself. That's where this control comes along, that I have doubted whether I can even do many changes that I have been able to do. That it doesn't feel logical why no one that I know of is doing things similarly than I am. Of course, it's very clear that people are, or there are very high achiever people, but my idea has been that most of them, well, most of them are shaped by their, or motivated by their surroundings a lot, whereas I'm motivated from my own philosophy. And I haven't seen any, or then I've just forgotten, but I can't remember motivation for this coming from outside any of this. And it's the opposite. I feel like the pressure to not pursue any of this. Well, okay, yeah, for this I haven't received any negative or positive, but I would say that many people just advise to not think about control. Don't be too harsh for yourself, or it's not, you're not supposed to change yourselves, or yeah, and they see work as something negative. So that's kind of there, even if they haven't voiced it out directly, it's what they have been signaling. Yeah. But this is now, this is where I am currently. I have made the decision to stop this. Now I have gone through my life again, my motivation, and it hasn't changed. So it's very strong. The foundation has never there hasn't been any real doubts or moments when I have questioned my philosophy or the motivation that can I build build this on top of nothing. No meaning, no true meaning. How can I have how can I choose something like this that isn't built from my childhood? But yeah, the answer is yes, I can. I can build this on nothing. And I will change my life. Those those are mainly just habits that are now guiding me towards fun or trying to get me to crave food. I don't know, whatever it is. Those are just habits. And now I'm changing that. I'm finally in a place where I can focus on this. And right now I'm sitting on a chair. Huge development. How is that? I'm not standing or sitting on the floor. I today I thought that why not? That right now the focus is that I want to spend most of my time on my computer. This is the vision that I have had for years. I want to do constant work. I want to think about work all the time. I want to wait or always want to get back to my computer. Now, I'm not talking about thesis or any particular work. I want to come to my computer and then be very happy here. And the aim is not, can I find any or some very stereotypical nerd. Computer nerd. Yes. So is this what I'm kind of envisioning as my own future? Not really. I still care about, well, my body. So taking breaks very often, eating healthy, mm, taking the VR headset off, looking at the not at the sun directly, but getting light, getting fresh air, going out, socializing, all that stuff. So I'm not going to be on my computer for weeks, just buying food with home delivery, not leaving the house. No, that's not it. But this, I want this environment to be where I am, w- to be the kind of neutral, the default environment. That this is where I get the information coming from. This is where I develop, where I mostly communicate. And again, it's not connected to any thesis or any project. It's just the overall vibe of being, using computer, doing stuff, finding out about everything, doing research, exploring the world. I have VR classes. I can watch VR 180 videos and explore the world in that way. Samsung XR was released. Which I wasn't totally happy with. the Yeah, I have something to say about the design. I don't personally like the fact that you can't take these off. They are very large, so third-party head straps are not very easy to make for this. But if I would need to test it out myself, how it feels on the forehead. Do I feel like I would like to adjust it in ways that it's not possible? This Bobo VR headset and Quest 3 has been amazing. And I can just take this off with one hand, which I don't know about this. It looks like, yes, it has that power bank or power plug. No, not power plug. Power brick. That's a better word. That's a negative. So I'm not certain if I even wanted this. What would I do with this? But yes, the main point was that my working setup, I have the VR headset, which is very flexible. I could go to a library and have the same view. And it will just get enhanced, and the social interactions through VR chat or even the Meta's metaverse. It's just the beginning of what's possible. So this is where I want to be. What has been my kind of default place here? For at least half a year, this has been the place where I have spent most of my time. Not on my computer. I have said it many times that I have, when I changed my setup half a year ago, when I sold my work table, my comfortable chair, my bed, I made a huge barrier to go to my computer. One big thing was that I remove the chair. So the options were to stand up and sit on the ground or on the floor. I still used the chair maybe a couple of times because it was kind of there as an option, but I wanted to push myself. I thought, hey, let's go to the far end and not use the chair. But now and then I think I mentioned this maybe on stream or on vlog that I have kind of thought that because I would like to live in an office. I would like to have a place somewhere, working setup where I would spend most of my time. I don't want to be home. I don't want to build my own home setup. I don't care about this. So that has sort of been motivation that hey, I will improve my life so that I get that comfortable working setup. But I don't want to build it here because then I don't have the motivation to develop. But now I thought that I have gotten rid of fun finally these videos. There is nothing else here to do than to just start living my best life with the camera is not right. My best life and work. So now I will kind of shape my habits on how I will work, how I will come to my computer. I have just the keyboard on my lap and I have now two mouses connected because the desk is I don't want to take this away all the time. So now I can just put this to the level and stand up. I can continue working while standing up. And of course, this is not the end setup, or because I have the drawing tablet underneath me, underneath the table. How I will use it, I don't know. So, but this is now a great new step towards being more comfortably on my computer, where most of the work will happen. The barrier to start the thesis is now way lower. And what it has been almost 2 hours. Now I get to the main point, main idea why I started this stream. And that is note taking. This is super important, and I have never felt good while making notes. This is very, very difficult. Now I use Obsidian. Previously, I have used Word files. Then I switched to text files. I have used Notion. I used before Word files. this and even when I'm using Notion, I don't feel comfortable. That I feel there sure is better ways to do this. I have scattered notes, so it's still a process that I haven't started properly, where I want to gather all the notes, separate them to private and then public that I can show on stream. I could share, no problem. That's gonna take some while. But the problems with notes are that I don't use them. I have created a lot of notes, but it's not a habit where I go through, hey, what did I do last time, and then continue on those or develop them. That I use some tool or some technique for weeks, and then I see a YouTube video showcasing a better way to do it. But hey, let's change. So right now, I have always just built the notes, but then moved on to create new notes. And then in time, they have been forgotten. This is the feeling I have with taking notes, that I don't have the confidence that I will go through the notes that I write. I'm not that I would do it correctly, that I understand it and control it. Browsers. This is difficult than devices. Operating systems. It's one thing to go to my computer. So main PC, Windows. Using Windows 11. That's easy. And then having Obsidian there that I have synced with Google Drive. So that's simple. Should be. No. Actually, the first one is computers and then mobile phones. The problem comes when I have multiple different phones or devices, all of which can have the same browsers, different operating systems. Right now I have only Windows 11 on 2 devices, Windows 10 on one broken laptop, or a laptop without a screen. And then I have Mac OS something, the newest one on my Mac Mini that maybe I didn't mention. Laptop i3, laptop game without screen, and then Mac Mini M1. But then, of course, VSL2, Ubuntu, I have on 2 different devices. No, not devices. I have 2 profiles. So let's say here, main profile. On both, I have VSL2, but then other virtual machines, probably with Linux, but then Linux dual boot. Wait. Oh. Yeah, I think it just wants me to do this. That's an option for my main PC that I would kind of like to try. Local text word. What is, I don't know, maybe. Markdown. Then Google Sheet, not Sheet. And what if it's and then online cross platform, so it can be local app on computer or on mobile or web app. And this has been kind of one big headache for me. Just thinking about all of this, I feel nothing is good with my computers. I would like to clear everything, start from the scratch, but I can't. I have a lot of notes already, and it takes time, and it's not necessary really to wipe and clean install operating systems. No, but this, yeah, this is a headache, and it's something I now want to do. I will initialize this here on stream, but then of course I will do it off the stream when I use different machines. But this browser, I think, is the kind of main or most difficult right now. So I'm using LibreOffice Calc for my sheet stuff, Obsidian, Markdown. I like it. Okay, I will use this Notion. I will use Notion to for cross-platform, free choice, where I can write notes while I'm not on my computer with my phone, and then transfer the notes to Obsidian in the end. I think this is quite good. And I already kind of initialized this for mobile. I'm using Google Keep to easily create and transfer kind of more private data or just not relevant for my life work that I would show here. So I'm using that. And then I also installed a couple of private note-taking apps. One which you can take or open the app and you can take a picture there, and it won't be, or it will be encrypted before it's uploaded to Google Drive, which I have, or Google Photos, which I have synced on. And then note-taking apps where I can set separate locks to each note, that even if you open the app or open the phone, open the app, you are not able to get into those. I don't have anything there yet, and maybe I will not have, but I like control. I like to have it initialized and ready if I feel like, hey, I'm going to need this. I don't want to write on Notion because then I feel uncomfortable opening it here. So I want to separate the personal, confidential stuff. Okay, good. But that's already kind of initialized. So I'm not really, so this is not the biggest problem or uncomfortable area. I still need to, in the end, have a good idea of what the process should look like. Where do I have my AI chatbot? Where do I have my notes that they are very easily available, accessible? When I do research, how do I do research? Right now, it works already. It kind of works. I can, of course, I have multiple browsers to choose from. Here I have only 2 installed apparently, but I have 5 or 6 on the other profile. So of course I'm able to open a website like Scopus that I used for finding research papers, but I want to think about this. It's important to think about it because then I make a decision that, hey, this is good or this is bad. I don't like leaving it open, kind of always having that voice, that uncertainty, whether this is the correct way I want to work now and in the future. And also, it's that voice, it says that I can't improve this without going it through how it's now. So without clearing that uncertainty. So it gives me kind of bad feeling of not doing it already. Why am I not doing it already if I will eventually anyways do it? browsers. So this. And then of course, yes, emails. That's another big thing. Firefox, Edge, Chrome, Brave, Opera. Let's do it. Wait, no. Opera was correct. I thought about Safari that I can use only on Mac. Yes. So a few browsers. The idea of using many different browsers instead of profiles is that I can have them open at the same time. With Firefox, I can create profiles. Like I have here, I have AI and I have stream. Then I have, so currently I have 3 different Firefox instances and they all have different settings, different everything. But the problem with this, which I have already tried, is I need to have, if I want to log in, if I want to sync these settings, everything, I need to use multiple different emails, and I don't like that. So right now, well, for these simple profiles like AI, stream, it's not a problem because I don't sync this. Where is the AI? Here. I'm not logged in here on the browser level. So I don't mind this not being synced, but I can have multiple use cases. So this is how I have been using these on my main profile. This is for music, meaning I have different YouTube accounts or accounts or under the same email. And one is for music. So whenever I open Opera, I don't need to manually switch on YouTube which profile I use. Brave I have used for research. This is terrible. Why am I doing it so badly? Brave I have used for research and kind of communication as well. Even though I haven't done much communication. But this is how I have kind of set it up. And then Edge is for development. Firefox has been my main browser. So default browser, if I open some link somewhere, it will open it on Firefox. And everything, like here, I have kind of set it up. This is for development, where I don't know if it's important to make this separation, but mainly it's for separating my main YouTube channel or yeah, channel that can have every kind of content, whereas here the YouTube is my dev channel where I search dev stuff. And yeah, do not set this as default. Chrome. In YouTube, I have used is 3D, which is my VR. This is where I have logged in or chosen this on my headset when I watch VR content. And Chrome is also for Google products. I don't know, should I use Chrome or something else, but I just it has been a custom to use Chrome to open Google Photos or Google Drive. And then for some development stuff, I might use Chrome because it's kind of basic. I need to test it. And Vivaldi, I can do this. Interesting. Vivaldi I have used for, well, yeah, I was thinking whether I should do NSFW. Not suitable for, yes. But yeah, Vivaldi has been just for porn, basically. So, and Safari I haven't used. I have, when I bought that Mac, I initialized or set it up to connect automatically with my VR headset, but I haven't tested it, so maybe it will work next time I connect that and or power it on. I don't know. Are there any new browsers? It doesn't matter even if they are, but here I'm logged in with my Outlook email, but then everywhere else I'm using my main email account. Nope. Where is the mouse? There. This is now Bluetooth mouse, which might disconnect. Main. Second. Outlook. Or let's say private main, public main. Of course, I have that contact. That's different. How many emails do I have? Work, school, yeah, of course. I think that's it. Well, at least those are the ones I need to consider here. I'll take a break. Okay. Yeah. Good, good. Now I'm using different mouse. All right. Yeah. Emails. And then, of course, yeah, considering I have multiple computers. This I don't need anymore. Just what I have been using this browser for, but not important. What is the best browser nowadays? Firefox has made some changes. Now they are using AI a little bit at least. This census I have heard some talk on Reddit or TikTok, I don't know. People are kind of suggesting Brave. My stance on AI and the data that I give it, or data in general, I don't care. I have nothing to hide, and I'm already kind of giving a lot of somewhat private information about myself during these streams. So I don't mind that. And also on all websites, I kind of just press hey, give all the data to advertisers. For me, advertisement is not bad. I kind of like if it is targeted. If it's games, if then it's not relevant. It can be annoying. But for example, on Instagram, because I'm following some development stuff, startup or AI tools, I get recommended many similar features, services, and many I have clicked that hey, this is interesting. I have even joined one AI summit, which wasn't that interesting, but still I'm being targeted quite well, so I don't mind giving advertisement. And I don't see myself as normal consumer or citizen. I might be interested in many services, not because I would use them, but I would kind of be interested in possibly collaborating to improving others' lives. But that's the privacy senses that I don't really care. YouTube is very used by me. That's why I bought or I have been subscribing to YouTube Premium for a year and a half almost. Has it been worth it? Yeah, I don't mind paying. And that's why the ad blockers are not that important in my case. Many people chose Firefox and are using Firefox and Brave to block ads on YouTube. I don't need that. I will continue subscribing, I think, because I use YouTube on many devices and I just don't want to think about it, especially with Quest 3 here that I can't install any normal ad block. It's not going to work. But let's think about this. Do I need them separate? Also the private, public. This is really not just about note taking right now. I'm kind of thinking my whole setup. How am I going to separate my main stuff? I would like to do this on my mobile, or I would like to be able to show a mobile screen on stream. I'm not sure how. I have never needed to block notifications from some screen recording or just some privacy concern, but maybe I can do that easily, just block all notifications so that I could show my mobile if I need it. Maybe I don't. But yeah, browsers. I like the idea of using different browsers all the time for some testing at least, or some purpose. Getting those updates right now because I just I closed them both. Okay. But I got new updates on Firefox and Edge and news about them. Some of these, was it Vivaldi or Brave or both? You don't need an email account to sync, which is kind of nice. And then it's important what kind of cross-platform syncing is possible, and mobile especially. I have all of these browsers also on my phone, but not all of them have similar features. Do I need to do some research? The email. This is still a question whether I can show my main email accounts. Is there a possibility someone wants to send a million emails to me using bots? I think it's pretty low. yeah, do I really care? I will try to keep, yeah, I will try to not show my emails. It's not really the end of the world if that happens. If I somehow show them. Will I use some browser as my main, or how will I do this? Let's list the use cases. So private, seeing for work, for family. I don't know, something private that I can't show because it's connecting me with other, or it's possibly showing people, other people's information, some no info about them. For thesis, that's similar. Right now it doesn't matter because it will end in a month, but for work, and then life work private. That's an interesting one. So this is for real, kind of real work that I would have a contract with. How I will do that. Then life work private, meaning maybe I will have a contract with someone, but maybe it's just some confidential DMs, and then I will try to research it using my phone. And then, yeah, I guess this family or friends, and then everything else that I feel like, hey, it's maybe too private even just showing some info about me. How will I do this? I'm kind of thinking of using Edge. On my phone at least. Firefox profiles. Am I using something here? No, okay. Yeah, I haven't initialized this. I am overthinking this 100%. But as I said, I can't really improve this setup because I have the feeling that I haven't gone through everything. Do I need to change anything? Vivaldi is now unused. What if I started to use that? My main one. Am I Vivaldi? Am I now synced in? No, I am not. Okay. It does have, of course, yeah, it does have sync feature. Maybe the point, yeah, the point probably isn't that I will decide now what are my main browsers and their exact use cases. I can just start this by deciding that I will continue with this. What's happening here? I will continue with these 6 browsers, 7 on when I use Mac. I can use Safari and see how it's like. Music, this is an interesting one because, as I have stated, I have kind of moved away from music. It doesn't give me that much anymore. But I will leave that account still. Today, before this stream, I finally removed the last folders of K-pop and other music videos that I have edited and that were on my headset locally. I deleted those from my computer and from my backup already, but they were still on my device headset, so I have been watching them. Now they are gone, and the barrier to start watching music videos is much higher because I need to go to YouTube, and that experience is terrible. So to quickly say what's the point, I have had around 200 to 300 music videos that I have edited the start and the end, and some on some videos from the middle as well. Sections that are not the music related, it's just some break dance or some quiet or kind of story phase. I don't know, but watching the music videos without or while they have been edited without the half a minute, 20-second, 10-second quiet start, it improves the experience a lot. I could just start or play the music videos and they would automatically start from the correct spot, so no need to select the next one or step forward in time. And because I have downloaded them, they work offline. Shuffle play. I don't need to rely on YouTube recommendations, so no setup whatsoever. But now it's gone. And yeah, but music, if I wanted to listen to music or just check out new stuff, I would still use this. So I'm not going to remove it. Maybe I want to listen to classical music or something. It's not, it is over 90% K-pop, but why can't it be something else as well? For now, I'm not going to delete this, but that kind of opens up this Opera as well for using it other purposes. Can I think of anything else? So development. Research, I like that I can have tabs on different research topics or tab groups, and let's say 100 tabs. That's the point of using the multiple profiles or browsers, that I can have many tabs open, because the aim is that I will do 100 different things during the day. I will do everything at once, so there's no time to open and close everything. So research, communication. Communication, yes, that I can take away. Let's use Vivaldi for communication. Or other way, wait. Should I use Brave for communication? Let's do it this way. Communication. Okay. Research. Development. Yes, that's good. Need to separate that, or do I? Chrome is a question mark. Some of these have better extensions than others. I guess I can. So one test, what to do, test out. And that's one homework. Just to see how the thinking works, can I access the stuff from my computer? How easy it is to switch between profiles or accounts. So I have Firefox here. Nothing on it now. I have my email, synchronize, sign out. I can't switch switch. I should be able to create profile. No? Really? Wait. I thought they introduced profiles on mobile. Maybe just... Okay. So it's one. Sure. It is just one. Does it mean... Wait. Does it mean that profiles are... Not Gemini. I have to log into other... Yeah, maybe other emails. But if I can use only one profile on mobile, that's good to know. Edge, I know I can have at least school, work or school, which I have here. Can I have other ones as well? Could I add personal? Can I add another? No, I can't. Okay. So here I have the work or school. And then my main Outlook. What about Chrome? Chrome, recent tabs. One account, Google services. Yeah, no profiles here as well. Let's see, Brave or multiple accounts. Brave rewards, no. Let's see. VPN, no. Where is the sync setting? Scan or enter code. Yeah, so this doesn't use an email account, but it also doesn't have profiles. Good to know. Opera. Problem with using multiple browsers is that everyone wants to be a default one. Sync off. Accept all. What? I don't remember what I have used. Let's say, okay, actually no. Vivaldi is the last one, wasn't it? Yes. Let's just make sure. Okay, I'm pretty sure I can use only one account. Tom. Only one account on device. And then here we can have multiple profiles, probably. Other profiles, yes. Now I'm thinking of using one browser at least for live work. That if I open a link, I will straight away use that browser. I need to know, because I'm not, I need to do some cleaning on my main main Windows profile, clean those browsers, see what emails I use there. I'm not going to do that now, but basically just being able to open some tabs that I have opened here during these streams. I can open those on my mobile without switching to different profiles. Opera I could use. And I don't care about the history. That's not important. I have used so many different browsers and search engines. It's a mess anyways. I really don't have a clear preference on any of these browsers. Firefox, Edge, Chrome, Brave, Vivaldi, Opera. I could use a different default on my this public Windows profile versus the private. I will install the Windows at some point again, probably with dual boot. So everything or this will change. I'm going to separate the private stuff. And kind of make this as my main one. Three hours. Ooh. I like yapping. It's not easy to separate private life. And Discord. So communication, Discord. I have one Discord account. Should I use or create another one? Steam. I have one account where I have all the games. If I wanted to feature them during my stream without showing, yeah, well, yeah, okay, on Discord there is the streamer mode. I guess that can disable pop-up notifications, private conversations. Do I mind making my Discord name public? Not really. So I'm thinking of creating another Discord account that I can just fully show on stream, because on Discord there are many communities that uh, I'm I have already gotten into that are kind of work related or technology related, and then there are the private ones. Yeah. It might not matter. Many people wouldn't probably care that much, but or my close friends or family members, but still I think separating as much as possible is a good thing. So what if I used communication on web? This kind of means social media. If I use Reddit, if I use Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Blue Sky, Threads, it happens here. Although, will I have a public social media? Or I mean public communication. Yeah, this is quite difficult because my aim is that I will allow communications from anyone to be from over 10 different channels. The email is the main one that, hey, send me an email, that's the best one. But if someone wants to use some other platform like Blue Sky, Threads, Instagram, DM, that's possible. I will put those venues to my website. But if someone sends me a message on Instagram and then I show not that message, but open Instagram and you can see that person there, just that they have sent something, I misclick or something. So it's not very good thing to do. I why would I showcase Instagram? The thing is that big part of my life work is about communication, information sharing, collaboration, and very much that happens through social media nowadays. So I want to test, I want to show examples, and talk about maybe Instagram's feature of showing comment section on mobile phone. How will I do that? I could create a test, or I might have test Instagram account still. I created that at least. I created another public Instagram and Facebook account because my private was public, but now it's not. And so that kind of, yeah. That's an interesting one. Should I just use the test? I will create test social media accounts. I think that's the best for everything. If some feature that requires, oh, actually no, I can have myself as, or contact or send messages to myself. I can become friends with my public account and test different features. When I created the Instagram account, the public one, Instagram thought that I was a bot. It was very annoying. So in the end, I connected that with my other or private main Instagram account. But I guess the test doesn't matter because I wouldn't be posting stuff. And then, yeah, making screenshots, showing them. But private or even public Instagram will have to stay private on stream or possible stream. I am not even sure if I keep doing this, but at least now it's still the same feeling that I will. But that, how does it? So on mobile, But if I want to like watch news and use Instagram for it, because many places, many companies might not have any other venues. They don't have an active YouTube channel. They don't have their own blogs or websites. They're advertising through posts on Instagram or Facebook or Twitter. If I want to go through them on stream, I can't use my test channel. And let's say on a phone, on my mobile phone. So how easy would it be? Let me open Instagram. So, yeah, so if I don't click, the messages, and even if I do, let's see, let me switch to my private. Yeah, you can see the main message, names who are present at the moment. So I just can't click that page. But I think, yes, for most secure, I would just recommend people that the minimum or no possibility of me revealing some confidential stuff is through email. I will not use or open those emails during streams. I might create a virtual machine just for opening my contact email. Or then, yeah, be very, very certain every time that, hey, I have closed the display. Now I can open this on another monitor or something. Yeah, that's okay. But that at least doesn't have any accidents that I'm opening Instagram and then suddenly showing or by accident clicking the messages page. So yeah. So another Discord account at least. What about social media communication? Discord. Instagram too. Instagram and Facebook are kind of, and Discord. Are these the only places where I have connections to my family members or Snapchat? You can't. Those apps and services that are connected to my phone number are not the best ones. Sure, okay. TikTok. TikTok. Just one. Actually, let's do this. TikTok. Blue sky. It's not. Wait, it's. No. Huh? Hmm. Twitter. Hotel. Maybe this is not important, but this is not some social media, but I guess you can communicate here as well. Yeah, there are messages. Friends. Other threads. Let's see. Of course, email. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then Telegram might be. Signal, I don't know. You can use your phone number, but it's not mandatory. Okay, maybe these ones. WhatsApp. Not needed here. But all of these, I only have one account. This I will take off. Take away. Threads. And the Discord is new. Instagram, Facebook. Still in progress on how I will finally, or what will it look when I will start posting stuff, being more active there. Also on LinkedIn, Blue Sky, TikTok. But yeah, just having this list, initial list, thinking about this browser communication. There is an app for this. These ones mainly just use my phone. I'm thinking of, do I need private communication browser? Or probably not. Yes, I don't need that. What if I used Firefox only? Or wait, no, Edge only for every. So Microsoft Edge and Chrome, they have separate. I hate this. They have separate WebXR tool, for example. But it doesn't mean that I need to develop using this browser. It's just what I use to test. So if I go here, actually might not be able to do this. Probably need to go to. Wait, just curious. I have the streamer on virtual desktop. I have this note. Where is it? Not slides. Google Keep. Launch on MetaQuest. What if I do this? Okay, it will open the It's probably F12. Open. Yes. Remember my decision. So it will open this WebXR, although it didn't open the experience. Wow. Maybe it needs Meta. Well, this is MetaQuest 3, but I can simulate the XR using this extension. It works pretty well. Do I see that? No, I don't. But that's sort of one of the only benefits of using Edge. What I'm thinking of is right now I'm using multiple different browsers for in my private environment. Research. I'm way overthinking this, but just thinking of how I will work or do research when I have some client, or if I have some client that, hey, I will do some work for you. What browsers am I going to use with history turned on? Even if there isn't really anything I couldn't share. But yeah, it would just be my private. Hmm. Yeah, it's not a problem. Hmm. Chrome and that Google Photos. Google account does have a lot of private stuff. So if I use Gemini, I have the Pro Google AI Pro subscription. Why would I use Photos? Okay, it's not important. Now I'm thinking of moving or making Edge the private browser on my phone and start using Edge account as every or to every private browsing. And then on my phone, using Firefox and every other browser that are connected with my public tabs, history, bookmarks. So isolating every private stuff to Edge. Of course, I would be logged into Google, so I'm always just a few clicks away from opening Google Photos and showing private stuff. But to make as much as, or yeah, to allow as seamless and easy work here on the stream and off the stream, if I find or I want to do research which is related to my life work, which I can show on stream. I can use Brave, for example, on my phone, and I know it's not going to include any private stuff, because Edge already has that dual profile capability. Opera can stay as it is. I might change the email account. I don't know which one is it, but to public main. But because music is not in any way connected to, shouldn't be connected to anything that's safe. This is mainly just for, or on my, actually no, wait. Discord, because Instagram and Facebook allow me just switch between these. That's annoying. Discord should allow it as well. Let me see. Wait, no. Okay. Well, if it doesn't, it's not really. Yeah, I think Discord mobile app doesn't allow multiple accounts to log in, which means that then I could use that or this browser on my phone for communication. I would have Discord there. Yes, that's good. Chrome. I think that would mean I'm not going to use Edge then, because this will be mine. And then Firefox, it's not. Should I mix this? Wait. Edge will be main. Do I have that data transfer on Edge? At least I have had it. Let's see. Drop. Yes. Welcome to Drop, a simple way to send files and notes across all your mobile and PC devices. Chrome might have that as well. No, it doesn't. Okay. That's convenient. But yeah, I'm able to use Drive as well. It's a bit slower. Sure, okay. Shouldn't be a problem. If this is main plus work school, then thinking about so there is the private and then public. No, wait, no. So I wouldn't have public. Wouldn't have public profile. If I used Brave or Drive, no, not Drive, Edge, I would just use it like this. That hey, I might download some extensions, and then use it for development, like having that extension there, but I'm not going to use it for anything specific like research or just development. I can leave Firefox. So let's do private and public. On both, I can have the AI. Although this AI profile. But what is the... Do I use this for development now? Meaning on YouTube I have the dev open. So switch this around. I'm going to try to illustrate this. So I have my let's use the I have the private and public. Then I have only one phone. Fortunately, I don't have public phone. And then the idea is that if I have private info, which could mean opening So any sort of tabs. I would use main dev search communication music. Although, yeah, this I wouldn't even have there. Not public. This would be main. And then Vivaldi would be communication. Brave would be brave. Opera is opera. Actually, this is the same. Okay, let's copy it. Chrome, yes. Okay, so I wouldn't have dev there. So maybe that's Chrome. So I would just replace that. What about 3D? If I found out about the channel, so YouTube main dev research, I could use this. Did I have anything else? Any other reasons? Okay. So now I have this edge here, which I will use to transfer everything, every private stuff here. And from here, I will transfer them to their kind of correct places. So if I have tab open on Edge, that's related to development, then I will open I will see it here because I can go see, hey, what tabs are open on my mobile, and then copy link, put it here. But then every other browser, all of these are exact copies with the phone. So I have Opera, Vivaldi, Brave, Chrome, Firefox. on my phone, and all of them sync tabs, bookmarks with my public profile. And for Brave, wait, how does this even work? I might need to change something. Wait, if let's download Brave. If I download Brave, get it from Microsoft, doesn't matter. It's too slow. If I download Brave, how will I sync this if it doesn't use? So I would just like to use a Cloud Sync to have all my bookmarks and hopefully extensions there. Import settings, skip. Want to better search results. Sure. Send diagnostics. Product insights. Sure. Start the free trial. No. Let's see. So when I sync, it's not even here. So am I able to just sync with my phone or with the cloud? How will those bookmarks, let's say I create 200 bookmarks, and then I lose my devices. How will I get those back, or history? Maybe this isn't the best browser to use after all. Because research, yes, I could have a lot of stuff there. Communication, I would mainly just have, I would mainly just have the basic. So let's switch this around and also change this to Vivaldi. Yeah, I think now it makes more sense. I still can have that Brave and connect that, but or music. Every other browser should have a Cloud Sync. I'm not sure, I need to test it. Cloud. Because it is important. I know that Edge, Chrome automatically syncs the extensions, but Firefox doesn't. So that's pretty good for development, I guess. I'm not sure about these three. Okay, that doesn't. But Vivaldi and Opera. But yeah, so this means that I will have three 3 browsers that are mainly or just the private dev research main music. And here I can use the main for communication. All of these have the different... Wait, but here... That's 3D. It has a specific... I might do this, yes. Let's do this. So communication plus YouTube 3D. Although, okay, YouTube does have, or VR videos. It's not just the YouTube. What about other VR stuff? I will start with this. And do a little quick change. Okay, this is better. So Brave for music, sad, but I don't need privacy, at least. I think I don't. Opera, Vivaldi, Chrome, Firefox, Edge. Safari, as I said, not important. Good. This could be entertainment, but I'm not planning on using much time for entertainment. Development research. Basically, development means, well, yeah, going into rabbit holes of trying to debug and then research, going into rabbit holes, trying to understand main one. Yeah, the research will have news tab groups. Wait, but Vivaldi. Yeah, you can have tab groups there. Let's install that. Install Vivaldi. Help. Yes. Nice. Just checking quickly. Users, life work. Yeah. Okay. That was for research. So it needs to have tab groups, online sync. Must. I will have 2 Proton VPN across all your devices. Roll the social. Skip. Skip. Privacy. This is. Let's start with no blocking. Oh, paint. Pink. This is kind of interesting. What was the follow? I missed that. Can I go back? Ah. Tabs. I'm very much used to tabs on top, but I will experiment that later. Start browsing. Good. Let's do research on this site. Ooh, who is them? And then I have to, let's create a group. That wasn't very intuitive. I edit stack test group one. Let's do this color. I guess I can just press enter or something. Okay. And it does it this way. What if I want to close? Separating your social work and hobbies into workspaces. So Vivaldi was for research, which is very, very nice. A new workspace. That means that if it works well, I might use this. One tab. Huh? Wait. Get started. Yeah. Other browsers have this as well, or many of them. Edge at least. Mozilla does have profiles. So I guess this, I need to check that, how it works. But the main thing was that the phone connection. I can't use those workspaces here, I'm pretty sure. This is settings, bookmarks. Yeah. Tabs. Stacked tabs. Sync. Okay. That works pretty well. So now I have kind of decided this. I will start changing. So what I will do is go through bookmarks. And What is the word? Emigrate? Migrate? Wait. Immigrate. Migrate. Before this, create. Create public profiles. Then start migrating all the information from browsers. And then see how the workflow is on the phone. Test that. And then this is done. Yes, at that point. This is communication. I think that's... Did I get the notification on my other profile? Not sure. Operating systems. Then, okay, note taking. So all of these should be private. No, public, main. This is private. Then that note taking. As I said, I already have it set up pretty well. That Google Keep I used to, and that other private note-taking app I will use to write notes on my phone that I can access privately. And then Notion. Notion includes all public. Similar work here is the migration of, well, my notes. And right now, the Obsidian, which I think I have somehow made too small. Obsidian is a mess. I have a private Obsidian, then this public one, LifeWork. I have one for thesis. Do I have, and I might have one for gamifying politics. I'm not sure. It's a mess. Let me write quick note. Stream 21. Going. No. Right. Through current life status. Then what did I do? I'm not sure, but planning the private public setup. I was trying to find this. A lot of organizing. Good thing that I have now that organizer role, which I here. That helps a lot. Not role, mode. And then on other devices, I can just install all of the same ones, and then I have access to this development environments, settings, configurations. That's another thing. But now it's mostly just about taking notes and being somewhat less uncomfortable just being on my computer working. As I said, now this is the thing I do kind of go back to, because of course I have spent a big chunk of my life on my computer, but before it wasn't productive. I had built very strong customs to start playing a video game or just going to YouTube and start scrolling, watching. Now I don't even think about that really. Just opening YouTube now, it's nothing there. I have dashboard. If I go to YouTube Studio, view channel on YouTube. Okay, I guess this was the correct one. So if I go here, what is this browser? Don't I have any extensions on? Okay, it doesn't matter. This is the startup podcast that I have been listening to. Is there something interesting here? Not really. Maybe I'm just getting depressed or something, but I can't find that much enjoyment from many of these videos that I could have watched previously. Now, which I know what this is all about. Why would I watch it? I know basically what this is about, or it doesn't give me new meaningful experiences anymore to watch. Well, many of these. If I watch this, is it about US gun laws? That is probably mentioned here. Is it about bad food and politics? Yes. Instead, I could just read real documentaries or Asians fight for the bill. I have seen many skits of this or like this in my years. I want to understand Korean fast. I could do that the real way. This is just content. AI will replace you. Many of the, yeah, I would have watched previously just because wasting time. But now, do I care about running? I could go for a run myself and not watch 30 minutes. It's a bit sad, maybe, but I just can't find happiness, at least right now, from this. All right, but task complete. I did another status stream video, which was the point. I will now do most or almost all of this work outside of stream, obvious reasons. And then, of course, focus on stuff like this is gamifying politics project. But my aim is to do little streams there and then and focus on real work. So start working and not just planning and explaining to no one. But yeah, now it's just about doing, which is very common. And I have been in a similar state of mind before. And every time something worth developing has appeared that has taken all my momentum. But I don't know, life is interesting in this way that I can't know what's going to happen.